Alright, so here we are, starting a new world. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know if I would enjoy that, to be frank with you. We're gonna kill all pips as soon as we see him. I'm playing. I did 2 outhouses here. Yeah, that sounds problematic. I reckon that's about as low as we need to go here. Oh, but now I've made myself level with this chlorine. I don't want to be level with that chlorine. Hey, Dawnfire. Yeah, D, I'd imagine that that is quite a train wreck, and glad to hear that I'm not wrong. Oh, hey, look at that. Thanks for the follow. D. Look at this. This guy's gonna die now. Ren is going to die. Because they're idiots. Okay, so power. We need a manual generator. Okay. brain slug. I love that emote. Okay, so we've got our first floor set up here. So, priorities. Oh wow, I should have used that before. Alright, Ren is going to be our tidying guy. It's all he's going to do. Put stuff away. Hassan I will allow to decorate, but he's going to focus on research and operating. Abe will build and attack, and that's basically everything. Well, that makes things a lot easier. Yeah, food. Food will certainly be an early on consideration, though we do have plenty of nutrient bars at the moment. Yeah, good call there. Someone does actually have to be able to make food. There, they can both make. Yep, maggots. They're gonna be eating maggots. Well, Dawnfire, you have just triggered Nightbot. Some of his actions are on a delay. You will now see them. Thank you for volunteering as tribute. Squid 3. Now I want to see the other squid ones. Ah, I see. I like it. So you can't do the whole squid. That's funny. So we're going to be digging around and getting all these oxyfern here. There are quite a lot of them. So how's y'all's night going? Hey, listen, we don't do that creeper stuff in here today. We're not doing it. Mob griefing is off. Like, we're just... Nope. Yes, cake. Well, wait a minute now. I don't know if we can trust the cake. Alright, let's get this air sorted out here. Wonder if I should play through that. You know what? I am going to play through that at some point. Farm tiles are what we need. This will be our new CO2 trap, and all will be good. Natural gas geyser, okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, Duran, that reminds me. I'm not going to play it because copyright, but there is the London Philharmonic actually covered that song. Still Alive. They had a woman named Sarah Covey do the lyrics. She's a classical opera singer. It's quite good. This damn pip. There we go. Yes, more oxalate. Take a fungal spore. Okay, I'll give it a listen to here in a few. Never trust me to draw a straight line. One of these shine bugs is not like the other, I think. Gray rat thing? I don't see a gray rat thing. Talking about this guy over here? Yeah, that is a baby hatch. The same ones that'll eat, like, any kind of detritus on the ground and turn it into coal. Oh yeah, I get that. Friend's gonna do farming for now. So I'm abusing the priority system at the moment because I really need them to go and do this building here. Filling these in. Nope, no one gets to sleep. No one gets to take a break. We don't get to eat. You will figure out the air situation, or you will die. Yeah, it's not looking good. that should do it. Yeah, I don't care if you peed. I don't even care. Now, I'm confused about why Max is doing this suddenly, but not the rest of this, even though priorities are set the way they are. There we go, okay. So for now, everyone does farming. Okay, so we have one more that needs done. Alright, everyone can go back and take a nap. And kill that pip. And also this pip. took the wrong skill there. The better one to take would have been carrying, because it gives 400 kilogram carrying capacity. That's alright, we'll get another skill point pretty shortly here. Alright, sand. Yeah, I'll take sand for sure. Easy peasy. Ah, okay. So, the reason I chose 32 of these is because each oxyfern, or well, each duplicate requires 3.19 oxyferns to live, to have enough oxygen, and break even. So, this should allow for us to have 10 duplicates and just a very, very tiny net gain in oxygen. And we can just keep adding dupes as soon as we have more oxyfern. Well, they killed one pip. They will come along and kill the next pip. We have chlorine in the base. Until we end up with more oxyferns, I'm probably just going to stick the mealwood over here. Or, you know what else we could do is we could put the mealwood below. That way any mealwood that does grow and fall off the branch will be in a, air quotes, sterile environment. It wouldn't be refrigerated, but, you know, in the meantime, it would be okay. Gases. We want airflow tiles so that our carbon dioxide that we're accumulating in mass can flow down here elegantly. This damn pip. Ah, here we go. Oh, that's what happens. The pip walks out of range, and then they stop trying to come kill it. There we go. Hopefully Rin gets to it on these. There we go. Okay. Yep, always with the pee. Just glad they haven't peed in the main water supply yet. It's okay if they pee down here. Yeah, okay-ish. Alright, thanks, D. Alright, we get our airflow tiles. So, go see what we get here out of the printer. More sand. I will take more sand. Sand is good for the deodorizer. Probably. I'm not sure. In any case, yeah, I mean, you don't have to spam it. Oh, okay. So, what do we need to get going early on? I guess we'll just go down the early tree. Basic tree, as it were. Warframe may be off the list. I haven't played it in a long time, and I was kind of getting tired of the grind of it. You know, I may come back to it though. So the final goal of this game, once you have a colony in, well established, is to build rockets, get out to space, and basically get off this rock, right? Realistically, it's kind of a sandbox. And you want to survive, but the fun is kind of what you make it. The fun for me mostly comes from finding solutions to problems that I haven't solved before. So in this case, it's going to be breaking into space. I've never done that. I have tamed some of the metal volcanoes before, but not all of the geysers and not all of the actual volcanoes like the regular magma ones. The airspeed velocity of an unladen sparrow. I'm gonna say it's like 30 kilometers an hour or something like that. I did actually know that at one point. African or European? Look at how well that fits. Almost like I planned it. Man, my base is just rife with shine bugs. Look at all of that. Well, so I'm adding beds because who is it? Hassan is having issues. He needs more morale so that he's not as stressed. He's at 67% stress. Hassan, when stressed, when he hits 100%, I forget what it is he'll do. He will ugly cry when he becomes 100% stressed. Naturally, we want to avoid that. They also completely stop being productive at all. Some of them are destructive, and they'll like run around and break stuff. It's better to make sure that your dupes don't get to that point. Is this true? Now this will eventually become a great hall if I'm not mistaken. It's the right size. 64 tiles. Yeah, so that's the largest that a mess hall can be, and a great hall can be almost twice the size. But we're not going to get that going for a little while here. Just going to work on the mess hall. Unfortunately, we are getting some chlorine up in the base here, and I really don't like that. There we go. Everybody gets to use the bathroom and go to sleep and eat something. That'll be good for morale. So now they're going to get the morale bonus of +1 morale just for having a barracks system. And they'll get another one for having a mess hall. +3 actually. Alright, Hassan. Let's see. Today's net stress. Yeah, okay, so it's going down. These shinebugs need to get out of here. I'm about to pen them in. I'm going to build the wall back right here. Now, 5, okay. You know what we're gonna do? Since we haven't really done anything with this water here, and I don't think we're going to, we're gonna put storage right there for that bleach stone, just so it stops off-gassing, because I really don't want to deal with that. You know, eventually, I suspect... Well, you know what we could do? We could make Abe capable of supplying his own builds. Oh, that might help, huh? Now all bleached stone should go there and stop off-gassing, because chlorine in the base is bad. Okay, cool. So that's done. So now we can look at what we're going to do with the rest of this space over here. Definitely the joyous seed. Alright, now how many of these do we have? 11. So, when we get to 13, we could add another dupe. I see 12 and 13 right there. Now, Ren has been doing some of the farming. My next dupe should be a farmer and a rancher. Perhaps a farmer and a cook. We will need a dedicated cook at some point. See, Hassan is chilling out a little bit. I just realized we weren't researching anything here. So, we want the deodorizers. Sad day was that. Oh, that sucks. It's poor design of the popcorn function. Alright, so that's a natural gas geyser there. Yeah. Microwave too strong indeed. So the natural gas geysers output, if I'm not mistaken, at 95 Celsius. Which means that we should be able to handle them with a gold amalgam. What do you call it here? Gas pump? That would be ideal. Alright, well, have a good night, D. We'll see you next time. Alright, so what did we say we needed? A farmer slash cook. The dirt it is. So it's a decent start. Let's see, Drecos. Could make use of them. Now, by the time that we get over here to the natural gas geyser and the other one down here, you're going to need insulated tiles. Which I'm not seeing at the moment. Is it because I'm blind? Don't think so. Ah, here they are. Okay. So we'll let it finish what it's doing. And then we'll start working on the insulated tiles. Now, here's a question. How big is the power plant that we're going to need for this? And is this a wise place to put it? Let me go have a look at my build guides. Alright, so looking at this, we're going to need power, low resistance conductors. We want the conductive wire. So we're going to get started on that. We'll need the natural gas generator itself. Thoughtful sounds. Hey, we got a skill point on Ren even. So let's give him... We want plumbing yet? I don't think we want plumbing yet. Improved carrying. Okay, so Abe's coming up on it, and Hassan is coming real close to having another. Which will be good. See what our achievement is. Probably this one that we just got. Outdoor renovations. Construct a building outside the initial starting biome. Ah, no, it was this one here. To pay the bills. Use a duplicate skill points to buy out an entire branch of the skill tree. Okay with that. So anybody paying attention here will see that looking at a way to get more water in. Now we're going to try and mop up this polluted water here with what I expect to be limited success, but we're going to give it a shot. Oh, but you know what? We can't get to it. Soon. Soon we will get to it. So, insufficient oxygen generation. We are only a little bit behind. That's okay, Dawnfire. What we're looking at is we're basically going to tunnel up through this space in here. We're going to get to the water, and it's going to rain down into our little cistern thing. Not really a cistern, more of a pool, I suspect, but... Yeah, it is fun to watch them just run around and do their thing. Now, with the way this is set up here, excess water should flow right over the top of this, down into here. Yep, our water supply is getting low. We have access to just under... just about a ton and a quarter. 3/4. Which, you know, I mean, that'll get us going for a little while, but not forever. You started a new game? What's that? Ah, yes. I've heard good things about the Witcher games. Never did play them, though. So I'm thinking this room up here might just be storage. We'll need more storage anyway, so... There we go. Just moving stuff around a little bit so that it's a little bit nicer for those of us with nagging impulses about fixing things. Oh, look at that. We've flooded our plants. That should fix it. Suppose while we're at it, we might as well just do that too. We're just going to set those priorities a little bit higher to make sure that they get done soon. Alright, so now we can go along and we can mop all this up, because it's needed. Good guy, Ren, just getting on it. So it looks like our research is about to finish here. What was it we're working on? Okay, so that's our conductive wire almost done. I suppose we can afford to just not worry about those. Alright, research. Now, let's see. There they are. So, next print, we'll get a print here in another couple of minutes. Which will be good, because we will need another dupe then. Fingers crossed for a farmer. Alright, so we are going to need conductive metal, or refined metal. Which means that it may indeed be time to start working on hatch farming, because I do not want to build a refinery. Oh, Ren's having a rough time mopping that. The water keeps running onto it from the next tile over. Ren is gonna be there all day. So I'm wondering how many Wheezeworts it would take to cool off the output of this natural gas geyser to a manageable temperature. Or should we not worry about that and pump it straight into the generator? I don't believe the temperature of the gas going in makes much of a difference at all. So the hydrogen generator overheats at 75 Celsius. We can expect that the other generator is probably going to be the same. If that's the case, then what we'll need is a water cooling setup just for the generator. The generator room will naturally, develop quite a lot of a heat. Well, now look at that. It's finally made a dent in it. Kind of coincidental that he's delivering water to a plant that's covered in water. And just like that, more water. We'll need to come down here and get some sand for our water treatment facility when we need it, which will be soon. And unfortunately, I don't see very much sand, so what we may have to do is actually use a rock crusher. . I think I'm just going to go ahead and get started on building that. Suppose it couldn't really hurt to put a kiln here too. If we're going to do that, it wouldn't hurt to use the same cooling loop here with the Weezeworts that we plan to use to cool this room off as well. Because this room looks like it's going to start generating a lot of heat. No, refined carbon. I forget what that's for. Steel, if I'm not mistaken. Ceramics would probably be a good thing to have. I'm not going to set that up for right now, but in the future, we will need it. Now the notch sprouts need... do they need properties? Unsure. Super duper hard digging. I know it looks like too much, but we'll get it sorted out here. Working on that, we can start having water treatment over here, or wherever we're going to put it. That reminds me, temperatures. Temperatures are looking relatively okay here. Certainly is a hot biome. Briar seeds look good, but farming. Being tidy and cooking. Nope. Briar seed it is. Sad face. does look like we could stand to make a little bit more air here. Let's... Organic. We don't have any algae. Suppose that's okay. There. Guess it can't hurt to have a little bit too much. After all, when it runs out of carbon dioxide to eat, it'll just stop. Alright, so now we need to find some gold ore. Look. Awful lot of aluminum. Awful lot of aluminum. Don't know what that is. That's made of copper. Let's see. Wolframite over there. Not a scrap of gold. Not the end of the world, but it is slightly problematic. The gold amalgam is usually found in this wooded biome. Those will keep going this way, and we'll see what we find after this ice biome here. Now, seeds. We're out of oxyfern seeds, okay. We have exactly how many? 12. Okay. I was under the impression that we had a few more. Suppose that's alright. Over here. Sometimes the game bugs out a little bit. There we go. Funny that iron ore and aluminum ore would be the same color. So, iron ore to iron. So this is very inefficient, right? This iron ore to iron takes 100 kilograms and gives 50 kilograms ore to refine metal. This is okay to get you started. However, the refinery gives 100%, I believe. And the smooth hatches will give 75. If I'm not mistaken, I saw somewhere in here there was a volcano, a metal volcano. Is it this one? Copper, okay. So, that means we can take any copper ore that we find and just crunch it here to get some early refined metal. So, we are basically swimming in aluminum ore. Might behoove us to just do this. Be done with it. Now the wolframite will give us tungsten, which will be very good for heat transfer later on. It's very conductive. So 16 is good. This should get us caught up in air here relatively shortly. So one of the problems that you can have using just oxyferns like this is you're kind of limited on base expansion, right? This is a very delicate equilibrium to try and maintain. I would like to find some algae. Speaking of, we can look at organic on here. There's some algae here. Some up there. Some up there. Not a very common thing to find in this this world type. It's not terrible, mind you, but it's not great. Though that will give us kind of a boost, a kick in the pants, if you will. I see lockers. Now, what we could do, this is something I haven't really done before, take this sleet wheat and actually farm with it. Shovel eggs would be nice. However, it says here, they will burrow through basically anything except for refined metals. Not something we want to deal with right now. gonna put some airlocks in here just to try and keep the cold over here and the warm over here. Plus, like I said earlier, we don't want to expand too quickly. This will kind of stop the negative effects from that. Now, research. Let's have a look. Hey! The expected RKO. Thanks for the raid, bud. How's it going? Hype indeed. Very hype. Good, good. Ooh. Appreciate the follow there. Miyamara. Thanks. I was just saying... Thanks for the follow, bud. I appreciate it. I was just saying that this is a very delicate balance to try and strike. You know, it's all well and good to use oxyferns as your primary source of oxygen, but you're kind of dependent on maintaining an equilibrium of high pressure here, while also trying to expand your base, right? It's not optimal by any means. Rosemai, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. We were just getting ready to start tackling this natural gas geyser here. I got lucky. I've got the natural gas geyser there, and then I've got another one over here as well. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. This game is so fun. It's basically 2D Minecraft, or very similar to Terraria, I've heard, but I've never played Terraria. Yeah, and you know, the soundtrack is excellent. Yeah, Rosemai, these will spawn naturally this way, and the best way to find them, I found, especially as you're expanding, is to go to your thermal overlay, temperature, and look for the neutronium, because the neutronium is always going to be a funny temperature in relation to the surrounding. So they stand out kind of like a sore thumb here. If you're looking for any temperature gradients like this. Like, now the abyssalite will also have some of that, but if I can find another one here. Here's one. Let's see what this is. You go to the priority and you set it to top priority. And you can tell this one is a copper volcano. Yeah, so definitely something to keep an eye out for, especially if you don't know it's there and you're digging around, because you can have some real problems with it. You know, just imagine not knowing that this was a chlorine vent, for instance, and digging it open, and then suddenly your base is full of chlorine. It could be really problematic. So it's funny that you guys should come in here, because just, what about 3 hours ago now I was playing, and I had a world that just died. Like, I couldn't get any water, I couldn't get any air, it was kind of a nightmare. But, you know, pick a different world and you soldier on, right? The problem that we're running into here is that there is no gold. Yeah, rip to that world too. Of course, I should have known that was gonna come, because it was named Space Prison. Yeah, definitely, Rose. I'll be uploading that. It's of course, it's actually that one, the one that died is not recorded on Twitch, but I turned it on recording. And this whole stream will be on Twitch for 60 days, and I'm going to push it over to YouTube as well. Well, RKO, do you think it's gonna make it? Hell doesn't bode well. Almost not hell. I will take it. Yeah, Rose, I get that. You know what? I don't know if you ever, when you're setting up a new world, if you ever look at like the survivability chances, a lot of the time it will say like suboptimal or not likely or something like that, but like this one said, I want to say it said not likely or difficult or something like that, right? Like, this isn't so bad, to be fair. Like, I'm struggling to find gold. I was actually just gonna... Sorry, you obsess about what? I was just gonna start showing y'all the materials overlay. I don't know if you're familiar with this at all or not. This is what it looks like by default, and it's an absolute eyesore. But it's very handy if you want to find particular metals. Yeah, the frozen biomes are nice. I forget if Rime is still a default world type or if you have to mod it in, but Rime is a very good world to play on. Yeah, like, people don't take enough advantage of this, I think. That's just my opinion, but like you can see I've got plenty of iron ore here, a bunch of wolframite, and it stands out like a sore thumb. Makes it really easy to look around and find things. Like, earlier I was looking for organics, specifically the algae. There's no algae. No algae. I've been looking for it, and usually you find it more or less everywhere. This makes it a lot easier to find stuff. And of course it works for gases too, so you can see I actually have some polluted oxygen in here next to the composter, which you would expect, right? I'm up here, and there's actually, I know for a fact, there's some chlorine roaming around in my base somewhere. I had some bleach stone that got dug up here. Don't see it anymore. You are welcome. I mean, that's basically why I'm doing this, right? Whoa. Abe is... Oh my god, Abe is suffocating because he's an idiot. Look at this. Look at this guy. Yeah, they are. They're dumb. So, fun fact, Rose. The chat just tried to... Like, it held your mess. Look at this guy. He's gonna get stuck up there again, I bet. Yeah, no, it's okay. It held it. Instead of, you know, just trying to time you out or whatever. Like, I don't want people to be able to run around and just spam awful stuff in here, but you should be able to say something is dumb. You know? We're still honing it in. Oh, by the way, if you ever end up with bleach stone in your base, I don't know if y'all know this, but I'm going to share. If you put bleach stone in a storage bin underwater, it won't off-gas into chlorine. Hopefully mind more blown. Yeah, so let's say I went and I dug down here to get something, right? Ended up with some bleach stone. Yeah. You just build and you can even do this inside of your cistern too if you want. Build the storage bin and you set it only bleach stone, right? So only consumable bleach stone. You set it to 9. Any bleach stone you end up with should end up there. And you won't have any chlorine. It's excellent. Yeah, I totally understand that, Rose. You really have to be careful what gets allowed and what doesn't, you know? Now, I see Rhonium here. Did we look at this one already or no? Minor volcano, hey. I don't don't know if y'all have used this trick or not, but definitely it's worth trying. Set priority to top, highlight over what you're looking at. It'll show it right here. So we have a minor volcano. I'm not going to try and tackle that just yet, but that is something that we will be tackling. Yeah, so when you start up a world, you'll see like the random world traits. Here, you know what? Let's look at the printing pod real quick here. We need a farmer and a cook. Let's take the fertilizer here. Okay, so we're saved. I'm gonna go to the main menu. So when you're creating a new game, here, this is the one I'm playing on, Arborea. If you look at the traits, the world traits here, metal rich, subsurface ocean, slime molds, right? If you cycle through this, you can get good ones. Like geoactive, more geysers and vents than usual. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one we're playing. The doomed Antfarm. Of course, ants are awesome. That's a default name too. It's just in there. You could get it for your next playthrough. Yes, Rose, we, in my house, love Ants Canada. Fun fact about him, he actually has 2 other channels that he's, like, always busy with. He's got one, I want to say it's a, like a marketing-oriented channel where he does, like, commercial shoots and stuff like that. I forget what the other one is. Makeup or something silly like that. Well, I say silly, but, you know, it works for him. Squid Boy is doing well. Darian. At Duran. The Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you know, a lot of the ants that he keeps are native to the Philippines. I thought that was really interesting. It's a shame that he had to let so many of them go when quarantine hit. Oh yeah, Rose, I haven't caught up with him in a few days. Did he finally get the Did he finally get the island set up for the Fire Ants? The Fire Nation? Wait. The Phoenix Empire? Forget what he's calling those. They're always going to be Fire Nation 2.0 in my mind. Okay, okay. Fair enough. Phoenix Empire. So, one thing that I see a lot of people get hung up on is the insufficient oxygen generation notice. If you're using something that is dependent, like oxyfern, that's dependent on having some carbon dioxide in your base, you will have insufficient oxygen generation, like, all the time. But if you look at it, I'm only short by like 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms per day. I'm actually not running negative. I just won't ever be able to produce more than I need. So realistically, we're actually at about 99.5%. Ah, okay, so this is the edge of the world over here. Can't quite see it, but there's bound to be a neutronium over here somewhere that we can look at. I can't quite see it. But the world isn't going any farther over to the right. So I'm trying to decide whether I should dig through this or dig all the way around it to finish encasing this before I uncover it fully. What are your thoughts? So this world, I forget what it's called, Arborea? Arborea just has oxyfern, like everywhere. You see all these trees and plants and stuff all over the place. These spaces that I dug out, a lot of these had like 1 oxyfern, 2 oxyfern in them. And I just dug them up and put them down here. Yeah, I definitely recommend. Which I will need for this. Well, so are you familiar with the Wheezewort? You should be if you're playing in the frozen biomes. Do you know how to take advantage of them? I'm sorry to hear that. Let me see if I can lower my voice activation. I suppose it's possible it could have been you. Is anybody else having issues with my mic? Oh, okay, so it was me. Well, maybe I forgot to push the button all the way. I'm a little bit paranoid about background noise and stuff, so I use push to talk, and then on top of that I have a voice activation. So if I'm pushing the button and not talking loud enough, it'll cut out, and if I'm not pushing the button, it won't go at all, so. Yeah, and I mean, I've been known to have stupid fingers. It happens to the best of us. Don't even. Duran, you dirty dog. So you can actually build on top of the neutronium. I don't know if anybody else knows that. Especially since we have what sounds like a couple of new people in here. You can build on that. I really wish I could find some gold. You know what? we're gonna do a little bit of digging out. We're gonna see if we can find gold somewhere. So it would have been more efficient probably to dig up this way, but I like having solid straight lines. How far the map go? Okay, so the map only goes about this far. That's not bad. We wanted to miss this chlorine here because I don't want to mess with chlorine being in the base. I need to get up just for a moment. I'll be right back. Alright. Yeah. You know, that's actually what killed my last base. It was I was trying to make everything neat and tidy, and I wasn't willing to compromise for the sake of keeping the base going. And I finally broke down and I started to compromise and try and save it, but it wasn't savable at that point. It was too late. So, let that be a lesson. Just try and, you know, try and compromise early if you need it. It'll be nice when we get our hands on some steel for this volcano, because I do want to do that, and I want to do it on stream. Taming this volcano for power, because you can get a good pile of power out of these guys. And actually, this copper volcano that I have up here, that will produce power for us as well as a lifetime supply of refined copper. Do we want ice? Actually, I guess the better question is, do we want any of these guys? We do need a farmer. Wouldn't hurt to have somebody else doing supplying, too. What do you think? Do we take Meep? Oh, I've gone I've gone hundreds of days without taking dupes before. Oh, okay. So, Rose, you can. Yeah, you can. I am going to be putting in a natural gas power plant right here. Like, pretty soon. Like, probably in the next hour. Which reminds me, we actually need to unlock that in the power, or the tree here. Let's see. Where is it? Up, up, up. Power. Natural gas generator. Well, you know what? Neither do I. So let's look at our dupes here real quick that we could take. We do need a farmer. We could use somebody else doing supplying. Think we should take Meep or no? He is destructive. I don't want to get to the point where he starts breaking stuff, but sometimes it's unavoidable. Yeah, I suppose we'll take Meep. We're looking good on food as it is. Okay, so meat needs priorities. This is another trick. I've been saying it, I've said it, and I'll say it again. Priority management can make or break your base every time. I set everybody to have no priorities as soon as they come out except for monitoring life support. And this guy, we will allow him to decorate when he has free time. Otherwise, he can do supplying. And farming. Yeah, life support. Gotta have life support, because I've had days where like you'll set something up to be done, like the stupid algae diffusers. Oh, terrariums. The algae terrariums won't get emptied, and they won't get filled. And I'll be like screaming at my dupes, why aren't you working? And it's because no one can do life support. The simple stuff, but it can get you. So I think what we may end up doing here is digging along and getting a little bit of algae from down here, probably. Well, maybe not down there. Look. Organic. That's chlorine. That's chlorine. I'm gonna go someplace where there's algae but no chlorine, which may be difficult. Didn't I see more? Here we go. More. Yeah, it does. And I don't want to use them, but we're going to for the time being because we do need to raise the atmospheric pressure in here. Now, this is really good for maintaining, but as we expand, we're gonna invariably need more. Polluted water and polluted oxygen. That's not terrible. Oh, you know what? Did we ever get... We never did unlock that. Soon here, we're gonna need to unlock the fire pole, so our dupes can get around a little bit quicker. I don't even see the fire pole. Well, we'll deal with that later. Maybe I won't be blind the next time. Oh yeah, you're right. Right there. Cool. Thank you. Oh, you know what? We didn't get his schedule. Okay, Meep is not any kind of special schedule. Poor Meep has food poisoning already. I have not used... Well, wait, no. The sweeper machine. Hang on. The one... The little sweepy... Where is he? Basically a Roomba, right? I have not used that one. I've used the auto sweeper. Ah, here we go. Sweepy Dock. From the Sweepy. Yeah, I haven't used that guy yet. I have used the auto sweeper. It's very handy, and we'll be using it for the volcanoes that we start taming, as well as the conveyor rails and such. Never did use this guy though. Yeah, more or less. The auto sweeper is stationary, and this, what's difficult to see here, this bit up at the top here is actually kind of like a tractor beam gun, if you will. And it can put things into bins and pick them up, and it's very handy, especially if you use it for like a coal plant. You can just ship coal in and then it'll feed the coal generators. It sure would be nice if we could find some gold. There must be some gold in here somewhere. Yeah. Changing the world type really does change stuff up on you. You expect one thing, even if it makes perfect sense. Probably not going to happen still. Metals. Got some wolframite there. I find it interesting that iron ore and aluminum ore are the same color. Kind of obnoxious, but well, I suppose. Yeah, you know, I know it's a bit of a trope that men can't see color as well as women. I feel like I generally fall outside of that, but those look so similar to me. It could just be that they're not next to each other, like adjacent. Alright, now there was algae up here that we were going to dig for. Here. Unreachable. Why is this... You know what, I'm not going to worry about it. They're going to finish this up first, that's fine. And we'll get some algae. So that's done. Oil refinery. And there's our natural gas generator. We'll be building 4 of them. all in the same room. Colony achievement earned. Good egg. Hatch a new critter morph from an egg. Wonder which one that was. Let's see. It's a regular shine bug. Wait, where is slime lung coming from? We didn't have any slime lung earlier. Oh, good grief. Might be time to go kill that morb. They're so cute, but man, we can't be having slime lung. Where did this come from? It's like it just appeared. There was no slime lung earlier. Hey, thanks for hanging out, RKO. We'll see you next time. Slime lung, as far as I know, slime lung isn't quite as scary as it used to be, but man, nothing is scary when you compare it to the, what's that flower called? The spore kid that gives the zombie virus. I don't know if that's new, actually. I think it's been around for some time. In any case, I've only encountered one spore kid in my time playing this game, and I left it the heck alone. Yeah, kind of. Basically, it's a flower that just puts off spores, right? Like, I mean, like you would expect a flower to. Like, pollen, right? Only it's way worse than slime lung. Way worse. Very much worse. Oh, so I see my Nightbot's plug in Discord at the moment, which is cool. I do hang out and stream in Discord a lot when I'm not feeling up to being on Twitch. That's also where I'll hang out and share, like, playing Payday today, and I'm not going to bother putting that up on Twitch, but I'll hang out and do it on Discord. Which water? This up here? That's ethanol. Liquid ethanol. Yeah, it's cool. Not good for a whole lot, but we may end up putting together a an ethanol burner just for the extra power and to get rid of it. So if we found the right dupe, we could actually go along and take one more dupe. We can handle that, but I think at this point I take the briar seed. Let's look at skills here. Meep is a skill point. Give him improved carrying for the time being. Ren has a skill point. Give him more strength. Yeah, why not? Let's see, Abe can do building, we need that. And Hassan, or operating. I'm sure he'll be happy. Okay, so Abe doesn't want to do that just yet. I wonder why. What's Abe working on? He's expressing himself. That's one hell of an expression. Build, store, build. So our oxygen situation is looking a little bit better now that we've added the diffuser. Now I'm gonna go tab over to my special guide that I like to follow. Okay. That's okay, D. It's not the end of the world. Alright, so our natural gas plant is going to be 12 tiles wide. It actually gives us a bit of room here. So, let's put down a marker. We're going to put the wall there, I suppose. Oh, hey, look, we're done here. Rose, I'm also happy to link you the guide that I like to follow. Excellent. Give me a sec here. So this one is a text guide on, actually it's on the Steam community. So this guy, Jaws, has made some very excellent and exhaustive guides. They actually take a minute for my computer to load them. But, yeah, no, they're very... Oh, crap. I uncovered it. Yeah, so I uncovered that thinking that it wouldn't cover it up, or, you know, allow it to do that, but oh well. Just proves that no matter how much you plan, you can always mess it up. You're welcome. Now, it is a little bit older, this guide. These guides. Some things may have changed, so prepare for that possibility. I know that the Wikipedia page for some things is actually incorrect now, but usually it's really small stuff. Well, dang it. Alright, so this we can actually set to a relatively low priority, because we're looking pretty good on air. Right, right. Okay, so 17 tall. So that is the footprint of our plant. Actually, that might be slightly too big. Let's see. This will be our access to the plant. So I'm building this mirrored left to right. You'll find the same power plant in one of the guides that I've linked there. His guides are really easy to follow. I've never built this one sideways before. Or, well, mirrored. We'll see how that goes. So what we'll do is we'll take one more dupe just for tidying and supplying. I don't know, is that wise? Let's see. How many of these do we have? 18? That is enough for 6 dupes? Not quite 6 dupes. But it is always good to have a tidier. Wait a minute, we did get a farmer in Meep, right? Mark Meep does farming? Yeah. Yeah, we'll take Turner. Why not? I guess it might help if I give them mess tables, huh? Well, we've got another person tidying stuff. Maybe things will actually get put away now. That would be nice, wouldn't it? What is Ren doing? Oh god, he can't get out. It's ridiculousness. These dupes. There we go, okay. So one of the good things about the natural gas plants is that they produce polluted water, pea water, right? That means we can use that. We can generate power to generate water. which is good because I haven't seen any water geysers laying around. So Rose, how far have you made it in oxygen not included before? You ever get to space? Okay. Well, it's time to start seeing something new then, yeah? Yeah, chlorine leaks are no good. It's one of the reasons why I just won't ever go anywhere near the chlorine pockets unless I really have to. I mean, sometimes you can't avoid it, right? But do what you can. So we're going to need the smart batteries. But we're also going to need the mesh tile. I'm really surprised the water that I have has lasted me as long as it has. Well, we're coming up on it. Oh, is that still unreachable? That's ridiculous. There we go. Research complete. Now we need... smart batteries. Smart batteries are the best thing in the game. Period. Slime lung everywhere. Smart battery there. May need one up here too. Just for now, we'll deal with it. See what we can do. Instead of putting one up there, put one right here. I was talking to Rose. Rose has been in here chatting with me for a little while. Not sure why you're not. No worries. I will be getting back into playing Tarkov as well. Trying to take a break and enjoy it for the moment. No worries, Rose. No, I'm just having a conversation here by myself, alone. With myself. Hey now. Hey now. You're an all-star. Alright, ash tiles. Oh, look at my squidlings fighting over me. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, the ink sac. I love that. BRB name change. Yeah, I adore the art for this game. On fire. I really do. It's just the right amount of derpy. Did Clay also do Scribble Knots? Or no? I know they did Don't Starve. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is similar. Yeah, I can get that. So, research. What are we gonna research? We'll need to get into water management here pretty shortly. Let's just go all the way. Oh yeah? That geyser trick is a real game changer, isn't it? In a roundabout way, we are working on water. This is going to be a power plant for our natural gas geyser here that I accidentally uncovered like a derp. And basically, we're going to take all of the natural gas here, funnel it into here. And these natural gas generators actually output some polluted water without needing any water input. So, we're going to funnel that through some water conditioning and output it into our cistern here. And we're gonna, as a byproduct, generate a boatload of power. Fishy indeed. So, let's see here. I need to tab off again for a moment. Needed to swap the overlay picture. Hey, don't you potato me. I potato you. That's how this works. The potatoing is one way. That's right, you use that on fire toast emoji. So I'm looking here at oxygen, the carbon skimmer. We're going to need a carbon skimmer. So it requires 1,000 grams per second of water and will put out 1,000 grams per second of polluted water, but it will destroy a lot of carbon dioxide. That's what we want. We want carbon dioxide to go away, because these will output carbon dioxide as well. Not super fast, but I don't want that to pile up. We're running relatively neutral here. I want it to stay that way. You guys with your emotes. Surprised y'all aren't spamming it up. You only get banned once. Fair enough. Fair enough. We are running out of storage space already. The evil one watches, indeed. Funny how quickly things get put away when you ask them to, when you have enough dupes to do it. The evil overlord bot. Mr. Destructoid. No, they still can't wash their hands. Well, that's about where we are, Rose. We just passed cycle 51 and we're at 5 now. Mirthleaf. I guess we'll take that. We don't want any more dupes at the moment. Oh, hey, we're about to have a food problem. 16 kcals. It's all excellent fruit? That doesn't sound right. Edible. Yeah, wow. Well, guess we know what time it is. Glad I spotted that before people started starving. Yep, it's time to get lice. But where are we going to put our lice? Suppose I could put them down here. We'd have to burst this chlorine here, but I guess a little bit of chlorine kill us. Yeah, instead of waffling about it, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. And I, being a smart squid, will put it above oxyferns. Eh? What about that? Oh, this is really cold here. We might actually have to insulate the bottom of it. Yeah, heck with it, we'll just do that. So we're going to raise priority on the micro musher for now. I will indeed keep on keeping on. Thanks, Donfire, and you have a good evening. They do, just no one knows it yet, which is how the squids want it to be. So we need a little bit more aluminum. Someone's going to have to come over here and work on this rock crusher. Brain squids. It's got me thinking of that critter from Futurama, the brain, what are they, brain slugs? I love them. Aluminum, 200 kilograms. We can now build a power control station. Alright, D. Heard. See you in a bit. You know what we may end up doing here? I'm gonna put a carbon skimmer like right here. Yeah, we're gonna put a carbon skimmer there. A gas vent here. Alright, improved plumbing. There are liquid reservoirs. We've got shutoffs, insulated pipes. And we're looking at which one now? Liquid tuning. Excellent. Excellent. So I move this, or I put this in the wrong place here. I'm gonna scoot this whole room over one. Rough. Extra rough. Yep, food shortage. Shouldn't have that much of a problem with the food, to be fair. We do have plenty of water, and we have plenty of dirt, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, plenty of dirt. We want the Drecklet. Drecklet is... oh, okay. I was gonna say the Drecklet was, like, floating. Of pufflets? Or are you talking about the pine bugs here? Oh, yeah. They'll just keep reproducing down there, so when I need them, and I will, we can go and get them. I don't have storage for aluminum. There we go, okay. Alright, Meep. About your time. About to have another one, okay. Alright, Hassan. So we'll let Abe do, well. That should keep us running on food here. Really don't want to have a colony die because we starve to death in a world like this. That's what I like to see. Teamwork. So my fiance is upstairs right now watching an anime, and I'm not sure what show it is. It's not Full Metal Alchemist, but Alex Louise Armstrong's voice actor is acting one of the main characters, and I can't unhear it. I really can't. So once these plants mature here, and we end up with a steady stream of meal lice coming in, we're going to stop making mush bars, because they are actually relatively inefficient. We're going to eat this hexalent here. We're going to eat this hexalent. Mealwood, enable auto harvest on all of these bad boys. So it's not elegant, it's not optimal, but this will get us over the hump here. Yeah, see, 32,000 kcals again already. Let's see what we get for food here. Curative tablets. I can deal with that. Hey, no worries, Rose. I appreciate lurkers, just, you know, probably more than most people do. You know, hang out, do your thing. No need to apologize. They got better. Cure a sick duplicant of disease. Always a good thing. So one of the things that I'm looking at here is putting in a cooling loop for all of these generators, because they're going to get warm. They're going to get warm, and they're going to make everything else warm. Eventually they'll start breaking themselves. But with our Weezworts, we can make a cooling loop and keep all of that relatively chill. We don't need it to be, like, really cold, but we don't want it to be hot either. Oh, you know what? Something I was looking at doing here is putting in a vent to let any gas in this space that isn't carbon dioxide come out, so that we could fully seal it off and not have to worry about it. But looking at it, I built it in a pool of chlorine or carbon dioxide as it is, so we don't even have to worry about it. How's that for fancy? So we are going to need this room to warm up a little bit, which won't be thoroughly problematic until later, when we have to rebuild it all, but it's okay, we can make it work. We're also going to throw in an airlock there. We just don't want all of this natural gas to flow into the base. We've already gotten some in here, and we can deal with it, but it's alright. Yeah, I do agree. It does look like it's coming along nicely. I'll be glad when we have the power hooked up fully so that I don't have to keep worrying about the manual generator and all of that good stuff. We can really start focusing on the other stuff, like exploring and maybe having a look at taming this volcano up here. Trying to decide how I want to access this space here and whether or not I want to leave this the way it is or not. Wolframite, iron ore. Dang it, I need some gold. More wolframite. More iron. Copper there. Yeah, it's not great. We really need that gold. Because we may continue digging one direction or another. It's probably going to be the best way to go. We'll let him finish this room out, and then we'll start digging off to the left again. Alright, no more mush bars. No more eating liquefied dirt. So I'm thinking this space here may end up becoming a bathroom. And I spotted another cold biome down here. Oh, you know what? I'm going to make sure that they are not able to eat meal lice. We want to turn every meal lice into food. Better food, rather. More efficient that way. It takes a little bit of power, it takes a little bit of water, but it's much better. Oh yeah, and we have too many people building. How are we on temperature? Yeah, it looks like it's coming up. We were at about 2 degrees earlier. Oh, did we finally get through all of our algae? We did. Okay, so let's go have a look for more algae. Put there, put up here, a lot there, but we have to go through chlorine. I don't want to go through chlorine. I'd like to come down here and get this algae, but not a whole lot to be done about it for now, I suppose. Come up here. Of course, that leaves us the same problem. More chlorine. Yeah, chlorine is... a lot of chlorine. So we could dig up, bypass all this chlorine and go sideways. I think that may be the way to do it. Fertilizer's good. Take that. Oh, no, no, no. Let's just finish these guys off, huh? So, Rose, what is it you're helping with your buddy with? You know, a thought occurs to me. Yeah. When they get stressed out, it can be a real bear to get them to de-stress. I was gonna say, we could, as this is cold, start farming sleet wheat instead of mealwood. I want to say the sleet wheat can turn straight into food without having to make anything else with it. Yeah. Destroying things is really bad. I try not to take dupes with that trait. Like, if they're really good, I will take them, but otherwise, they... Nope. Like the flatulent ones, I just don't want them, you know? I can't blame you. I don't blame you at all. So if we can access this hydrogen here, that would be really, really good. I want hydrogen for my cooling loop. Yeah, these mule wood are currently too cold. I'm hoping that they warm up. Yeah, that's a difficult line to toe sometimes, Rose. It's difficult to help someone when they need it and not backseat game and not play it for them, you know? I totally understand where you're coming from. Oh, hey, oxygen. Oxygen is not included, guys. Did I count this wrong? Not sure if I counted this wrong or not. Alright, well, we always knew we were going to build a spawn soon, so I guess that'll be our next big project after the power plant. Yeah, fair. Fair. It is fun to watch someone learn, though. Especially the hard way sometimes. That's always a good thing. You can have some fun with it, but he'll, you know, get better. Trying to decide what we're going to do about our air problem, because we have an air problem. So we have a lot of these spaced out here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to cancel every other one of So the goal here is, we have a lot of carbon dioxide here, we have a lot of oxygen here. Obviously we're overproducing in this space and underproducing in this space. If we can utilize this carbon dioxide flow, hopefully, keyword, hopefully, we can kind of optimize the usage of our oxyfern. Another solution that we're going to need to make here is enabling gas flow down in here. I think actually we need to add some airflow tiles. We're going to take that door out, we're going to put in a pneumatic door, the mesh one. Add airflow tiles in here just to make sure that gas is flowing downward as it ought to. Cancel all that, we've done it wrong. Is this room too big? Apparently I simply can't count. I can live with it, but it's unfortunate. We want gas to flow down. Down. I would really like for this natural gas geyser to be idle now. Or dormant, rather. Yes, but we need to get into this space and build. We need the gas pump. We need to put a gas pump in here, and we need to also analyze it so that we can see how long its dormancy is, and then build storage accordingly. Because this is not going to be enough to power all 4 of these. By any means. Like, not while it's producing, but also not while it's dormant, right? I have another one over here that we're going to need to tame eventually. We're going to send all of its output into this plant as well. So we need to know exactly how much it's producing, how much these can use, and how much this one's producing, so that we can try and balance it out and build enough storage so that when both of them are dormant, we have a little bit of backlog and we don't run out of natural gas. Alright, so with things the way they are now, we should have much more balance in our oxygen production. Hopefully. Briar seed or pip egg? Those will take the briar seeds. So we have four idle dupes. 4. So what are they not doing that they could be? You know, the only thing we really need done right now is building, and well, hey, I see stuff that could be put up. Oh wow, look at that. All of our storage is full. All of it. So I suppose we'll add some more over here. Now what needs done on this? I would really like to get this set up here. Ventilation overlay. So, I guess we could brave the geyser, get scalded, and then Tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna start working on our cooling loop. Yeah, see, and just like that, we were having problems with our oxygen, because we had too much oxygen on the floor over here and not enough of it, not enough carbon dioxide. Just by spreading those out, we kind of defeated that problem for now. It's not to say that we won't have more of it later, but one thing at a time, yeah? Alright, Rose. Have a good evening, and we'll see you next time, yeah? They'll be up. Yeah, we'll see you next time. Have a good one. It's the same name at YouTube, so if you just go and search on YouTube for SquidnightMC. Oh, here, I'll do you one better. Here you go. All of my socials are on a command like that that you should be able to use in the future. Yeah. Hey, no worries. No worries at all. We like new people just as much as everybody else. Maybe a little more. Night, Squidling. Meep is stressing out, and we don't want that. Let him have his artist hat. Let Turner tidying. Have to let him have that one. Ren doesn't get anything new. Neither does Hassan. Abe could stand to have improved construction. That would help. So we're going to set these to a higher priority. We really want that algae for now. Oh, we're not researching. We want automation wire. Now, this room is not warming up as I had hoped. Very quickly as it is. Suppose that's okay. Take another oxyferrin seed. Always a good thing. that research went very quickly. This natural gas geyser just won't quit, will it? Okay, there we go. Got some algae. And then we simply watch the gas fill up. And that's done too. Excellent. Oh, we want the hydroponic farm. They're gonna get started on that. Got our automation wire, which is just what I ordered. Ooh, and we need more refined metal. Alright, we can get more. Now I'm metering it out because I don't want to use up all of our aluminum. What this is going to accomplish here, this automation wire that I've added, when the battery is full, because it's a smart battery, it will send a signal to turn off the generators so that they don't produce too much power and waste a bunch of gas. I was almost confused, or well, I was confused there for a moment about how he got in there, but I forget that they can walk right through the pressure pump. So Hassan is going to go do this right now. Whoa, what was that? Probably Turner. Alright, so we're getting to the point now where we've got a little bit more aluminum for our automation wire. You can see it's red at the moment. We're going to tell this to stop producing power at 90% and to request power at 35%. So these will kick on, fill the battery up, and then kick off again. Colony achievement earned. Let's see what that is. Red light, green light. Automate a building using sensors or switches from the Automation tab in the Build menu. we're gonna have them make tofu anytime they find a mosh bean. Just to get it out of the way. Food shortage again. Alright, well, suppose it's time to go rummaging. We will enable the mush bar. You know, if I set up a grill, we could do in this space here, we could make use of all the sleet wheat grain that we have out here. And it looks like this room is actually continuing to cool. Maybe make a use of that. Yeah, we'll just keep using the mush bars for now. Let's assume for a moment that we put in a kitchen here. Yeah? Food. Micro musher, yeah. Do micro musher near the door. We end up using that a lot. We'll put in a grill there. An egg cracker. I'm gonna cancel that build. And we're just gonna build this into a room here. Yeah, there is indeed a food shortage. It'll be time to get building. Now, this phosphorite, we will be making use of this phosphorite. Forget who our researcher is. Hassan. Hassan is busy operating, I see. We do need the research to be done, but I'm gonna wait. Not like we have the hydrogen for it anyway. Or are we on oxygen? Looking much better. We have 3/4 of a ton of algae, which is not a lot, but enough to get us started anyway. It's an unreachable dig. What if I put a ladder there? Yep, food shortage. That alarm, unfortunately, will go off anytime I think we're under 10 kcals? 10,000 kcals? Kilocalories? I could be mistaken. By all means, let me know if I'm mistaken. Oh, you know what? I just realized the sleet wheat may not want to grow. What did oxygen, carbon dioxide? "18 cycles for life." We're gonna reject all of these. Don't want the pufflets. Yep, more food shortage. Yep, got it. Once this is plumbed in for the power, we will be removing this microbe musher. Now, what could we use here? Fish fry? Frost buns only require 3. Oh, we're gonna set that to forever. So I'm gonna do the mush fry. That way they should make whatever they have. That'll give us a little more flexibility. Which I think everyone can agree. Good. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is... yeah, we're gonna rip all this out. Rip all of these guys out. We're gonna put sleet wheat in. Yep, food shortage. Got it. So, power overlay. Potential load is 80 watts higher than our 1000 allotment. However, we're almost never going to run into a situation where we're using up all of it. You know what else I can do is I can take this battery out and put in a nice advanced battery, smart battery. Ooh. But we need that to be done first. Okay. I love it. They're just studiously putting things away. Would like all of that stuff put up. So this is going to be bathroom space. Maybe then we get on that now. Oh, of course. It needs power. See, this is another one of those instances where shooting for efficiency can really screw you. So I don't see anybody doing this operating thing over here. We'll let Turner do some of that. There we go. Now I do want to hook that up to the network here. We can afford to do that and that. There we go, smart battery. Yeah, the battery doesn't last a whole lot after the generator turns off. Yeah, we're still in a fuel shortage, you're right. So I think we're going to be a little bit smarter about this here. We want all the seeds that we can get. Hatch eggs would be nice, yeah, we'll take that. So I see that if we're sneaky about it, like a fish, should be able to squeeze. Right through there into another ice biome. Oh, but you know what? That's horribly inefficient. Never mind. We'll come at it from this side, because that's better. Find that out. Come over. Hit it that side. While we're up here... Oh, hey, look at this. It's a new one, isn't it? I think that's a new one. Let's see what this is. Saltwater geyser. Well, maybe we get lucky and find a use for salt water. If for no other reason, it'll be good to give us a bunch of water, even if we have to desalinate it. Which we don't want to do, but at the end of the world. Oh, good. Okay. You know, it occurs to me, we were going to build a Weezewort cooling loop over here. We could just put Weezeworts in this room and seal it off. Or actually, you know what? We're just going to do that. We're just going to go for it. So yeah, the goal now is that we're going to have several Weezeworts in this room, but the rest is going to be Sleetweed. That'll make accessing the cooling loop a lot easier too. Oh, hey, you know what? Now would be a good opportunity. Can they finish this, please? Hassan. Hassan, why you no work? this room is how long? 32. So we could conceivably put 6 Weezeworts in here and get pretty decent cooling. So we're putting in an iron airlock so that we can minimize the thermal conductivity of the door, because we want this room to stay cold. So we're going to set this to priority 9. This guy to priority 8. So that when able, they'll use the electric grill first. Ah, we don't have storage for salt, okay. Let's see, consumable ore, salt. It would be smart of me to put another storage right by the door there. Or seed. Just seeds. Now, a lot of this room is cooler than it can be for sleet wheat to grow, but that's going to be taken care of as soon as we put these warts in. Yep, food shortage. I know. Yes, barbecue time, guys. Suppose we could take a shine nymph, that ain't gonna hurt anything. Alright, so we've almost got this set up here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go along and on every fourth one, plant Weezewort. Okay, that should be evenly spaced. Only it's not, hang on. It would not be. There, we can deal with that. We're going to set this to priority 9. We're going to deconstruct this guy. So all the seeds will fall out of that. They'll have to get moved over there. We're looking very good on oxygen at the moment. Now, how many these are seeds for sleet wheat do we have? Yep. I'm still at it, D. Just hanging out. There's our research finally done. Hydroponic farms. Just in time for me to go and fix all of this. Actually, do we want to do that yet? We're not pumping water. The answer is no. We don't want to keep doing that just yet. I haven't seen the geyser go off in a little while here. Slate wheat grains. We have 12 kilograms of it. Where are they all, and why are they not being planted? Now, did we get liquid tuning? Yes, radiant liquid pipe. We need that. Oh, and I'm glad I didn't crack that open. Still going off. I guess it's fine since we don't have any gold yet. Need gold. Ren, finally supplying farming materials. Excellent. So we should be seeing the temperature dropping in here. Oh, you know what we're gonna do? Disable disinfect. There we go. Don't need to worry about disinfecting in this room. It's going to be too cold for most germs. Alright, so insufficient oxygen generation. How far are we down? Not super far. We're gonna need to get more algae, though. Still no. Take a wort seed. Wort seeds cannot be duplicated, right? Most plants will give you a chance to give you a seed. Weezeworts will not. The number that you have on the map is the number that you get for the game unless you get a printed one. So if you get a wort seed in your printing pod, always take it. Unless you don't plan to use warts. In which case, I don't understand, but okay. Now the sleet wheats need, at most, -5 Celsius. So the weezeworts are going to have to do a little bit of work here to get it down to that temperature, but we will get there. Actually, now might be a good time to work on our cooling loop. We're going to need a lot of refined aluminum. Good thing there's so much of it. Glad to know that you can just click on that and type. Actually, looking at it, just to make this cooling loop work, we're going to need 64. Everyone off to their respective jobs. So this might actually present somewhat of a problem. I was just thinking about it. We want to put in the hydroponic farms, right? But this is expected to be below 0 in here. I'm wondering at what point the farm tiles will cross that 0 threshold. We don't want the water in them to freeze because then we'll end up with busted pipes in here and it will not be good. I'm considering maybe we should put insulated tiles in, or insulated pipe within the insulated tile. And then run it up individually into each one. Might be a little bit expensive, might be a little bit difficult to do, but thinking it should be doable. So, we're not going to need to cool this room until the natural gas generators are already running. So, what we're going to do is we're going to run all of the pea water from the liquid pump, as well as the carbon skimmer here, into our cooling loop, because it will need to be pea water if it's expected to be below 0 at all. Now, I would like to hit some kind of happy equilibrium where this room stays at about -10 and this room stays at about 10. We'll see what happens. I don't expect anything in particular, but that would be the ideal. Colony likes grilling skill. That might explain why we're having food problems here. Let's look at this. Oh, we need a cook still. So who has the most space? Extra stuff. We got 5 on Meep. Yeah, Meep's gonna be our food guy. Meep. Already got him on food, look at that. Now we should get a bonus for everybody eating the frost buns. And I don't know how many frost buns, or how many sleetweed it takes to make enough food to feed a dupe per day. But that's something we'll need to look into. Another thing I'm looking at the moment is maybe it's just time to start electrolyzing some water. I don't want to do that because we don't have unlimited water input yet. Of course, we do have rust. We have a lot of rust. Consumable ore, rust. So oxygen. Let's see, we'll have to research the rust deoxidizer. Gases, here we go. Not under the gases. I feel like I've looked at it already. I can hear people screaming at me. There it is. That's one we normally do a lot sooner. Oxyfern seed. Same with the Wheezewort seed, you always take the Oxyfern seed. colony achievement. Let's see. Ha! It's not raw. Have a duplicate eat any cooked meal prepared in an electric grill or gas range. This room is getting a lot more traffic than I'm expecting it to have in the future here. It will cool down. It will just take some time. So, I'm going to look up and see what biome gold spawns in, or gold amalgam, on this world. So it looks like it can only be found in the swamp biome. So we are looking for polluted water, which just now realizing is not common map. We might not have any swamp biomes on this map. We'll have to do some more looking. So, in the event of us not being able to find any gold here, we need to look at another possibility for metal that we can use. We might have to refine some steel just to do that. I don't want to have to do that, but we may come to that point. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna do it. Oh, I'm not gonna fiddle with it anymore. We're just gonna make some steel, I guess. And, you know, I think we're gonna call it here, too. It's getting kind of late. We've been going on for a while now. Oh, hey there. I haven't been watching chat, Coda. Sorry I missed you there. Oh yeah, will the gold not work for that? For the natural gas? Because that's what we've been talking about using it for. I've had my notifications for chat turned off. So is it 125 for gold and not 150? Well, big rip there. I guess it's a good thing we decided to do it already. That is a big disappoint. I was really hoping to have a playthrough where I didn't have to use a refinery. Of course, we haven't gotten hatches until recently here, so kind of puts us up a creek. Poor Hassan's fighting an uphill battle. We're almost there though on the aluminum. Now for the steel I think we need refined carbon, don't we? So for the gas pump we need just 50. Not terrible. Where are we gonna route this to? Well, so it looks like you left, but if you catch it on the VOD, Coda, I appreciate your input there. It's very helpful. As I was saying a few minutes ago, I am going to jump off here because I've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes. And while I generally have stamina, I also streamed for like 3 hours earlier today, so it's time to hang it up, and I'll catch you guys all later. Remember, check it out on YouTube, and we'll see you later. Ta!